Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Maybe I didn't listen to the holotape and maybe it'll fix now. Ah, itchy. Hi, kitty. Maybe I should go talk to that guy. Finally, I've not actually looked at him. He might be what I'm looking for. Stand up. Hi, beautiful kitty. This sucks. Let's go to a different one. I don't know. I could lossless this game. That is an option. No. Oh, people are buying my, a lot of my recipes. Nice. Ooh, nice. Yay. Nice, I'll just post more. There it is. That's the performance I want. Game still looks fucking beautiful. Feels like it's always night. Oh, I gotta go get my corpse. Oh, that thing's gonna kick out a chest for me, I think. Maybe I can get X4 in the rotation. This game's running great, and it's the game that I want to run well. Hi, kitty. Pulse grenade plan. Not bad. I love the loot in this game. It always feels good. It always feels like it's worth something. Nope, that wouldn't work, huh? Running a little better.
I ever tell you I once made 100 sexiest junior analysts in finance? Not that I, care about those things.
Here, this is X4 running, and it's least likely to interfere with other games. Yeah, like once human, I don't feel a difference. And I like that. I like that I can get X4 running because it is a game I wouldn't mind playing. The sensitivity seems fucking weird to me, but I don't know. And the frames too, just the frames. No, it's 10, is it? It's like 10. And at least the game's running. It's like running. And that's what I want. I want another game in the background that's like Eve, that kind of satisfies my Eve cravings. In my property owned, I am sending mining ships out that I have. Every time I come back to the screen, I'll send another 2 ships to mine. Because it's a pain in the ass to issue all these orders, like without clicks and stuff. It's just stupid. Like, each order is like 20 clicks and it takes time and it's finicky and it's annoying. But I make more money, and that's the main thing. I'm starting to make like, I don't know, 20 million a day or something like that, and that will add up. I can take the time to do it, I don't care. We're not that far from done now, like 8 to go. Maybe I can get myself to do it fast. Let's see if I can do this really fast and try to just charge through it. Property, this thing, information. Whole position needs to change to local auto mine. Local auto mine or local auto mine the ore in Grand Exchange 1. Confirm. Go back. Send another fucking order. I feel like I'm like visually and orally like, oops. Now that guy is ordering to flee. His information says he's got an order to flee. Just remove and go. That guy fled, which is good. And I think I saved him. Because I was there to like... I think I was supposed to listen to the voices in this game. But I don't want to. It's just more noise. Information. Local auto mine. Or... Oops, no. Wait, no. Grand Exchange 1. Confirm. There we go. Then, back to property own. We're going on to the next thing. Information. Local auto mine. But at least I don't ever have to worry about it again, or I wouldn't play the game. And I know there's a good space battler, like a space, what's it called, Armada battle fleet simulator with cool visuals and stuff here, and I want to reach it, but it's going to take months. This is a nice patched version that's always going to be updated and always going to be the best copy. Okay, and then one more, property owned. Oops, yeah, property owned. This guy, I want him to local auto mine. Took me a while to learn this dense ass game. It's so annoying. Grand Exchange, confirm. I know it's a good sandbox though. I like it more than Starfield in some ways because it is bigger in some ways. It's got like a Dwarf Fortress thing going on. I don't know why they don't give this guy more credit than Dwarf Fortress. I think it's actually more amazing, this, than Dwarf Fortress. I'd rather learn this game than Dwarf Fortress. I think it's far more beautiful for one thing. Yeah, so how are the frames right now? They're okay. The frames actually seem okay. You know, they're not amazing, but they're like, you know, they're good. So what happens if I bump the graphics for just the texture to high? Now, let's see what the game looks like after that. That didn't seem like it bumped it very much. The only other thing I could see here that I would think that I might care about more... Yep, and that's like the only thing I want to buy. I want high textures so it looks cooler. Yeah, I like that. That's the one thing I want to buy. Let's see if Once Human can tolerate it. Yeah, Once Human looks good too. Once Human looks great. These games are running great. That's what I'll do. These 4 games are what I will do instead of EVE Online, because I don't have to pay X4 beyond what I bought. Maybe when they release new expansions, I buy that. But I mean, like, overall, like, EVE Online was costing me money. I have, like, stuff training, but I mean, like, I have enough time in there. 180 days, which is, like, long after when my sub will lapse and I'll go to alpha. That's okay, I'll train through ships in the meantime and do just fine. I can always load EVE on GeForce Now and just go check my skill plan. That's easy to do. I need ammo now. Oh, no. Oh, yep. So I need ammo now and I need a rest. Yeah, rest. Would you like to adjust performance settings? I don't know. Yeah, maybe this game, like, could bump down to medium. Gotta make sure that GTA doesn't log me. GTA is running really well because it's optimized. This game's optimized too, it's just trying to do a lot. No, I just wanted to, like, do its scene. It's fine. This is a busy scene with my base and all that. I don't know. I think I got greedy with X4 because I'm not actually playing X4. So let's go back and drop it back down off. High to low. Yeah, I can't really perceivably see a difference. You know, it does look a little bit better with high, but yeah, I can't really see the difference, or especially when I'm, like, not really paying attention. So I would like to save these settings. I'll just start saving the top of the list. Okay, I jumped to 76. I shall kill some zombies. Oh, I know. I need to go get my fucking thing back on. Now, nice. The ghoul.
Okay, boss, today we're legit. We got a client needing wash. Told them the owner would collect and drop off the car personally and in spotless condition. I just love hearing him smile, you know?
Nice, I like it. Grotty. Looks dope. Looks like a good car. It's a lot, though. It is like 30 or 40 ships, something. Useless artifacts. Okay, that's all the mining ships. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So we'll try to get 10 more in there like tomorrow, but this is good for tonight. Gonna save here before I stop paying attention to this game for the evening and only use it for like visual and interests and stuff for when I'm AFK and shit like that. Beautiful. I like the tinted windows. I always like tinted windows because you can like smoke weed stuff. That did some damage, damn it. Oh well. At this point, I was just pedal to the metal. Go into the gauntlet. Oh, there we go. I couldn't see the dots before. Fuck. I had a feeling. Ding. I love the sound of XP going ding. There's my daily. Craft some ammo to workbench. We'll make some... Let's take a look at my ammo stores. I could use some missiles. Yeah, maybe some missiles or maybe some mini nukes. No, I don't know. Probably missiles. Probably 50 missiles. Oh, I have a neighbor. Let's go check them out. God damn it, did I just hit something? I did. Son of a bitch. But this is a cheetah. It's a nice car. I keep hitting the light posts outside my business. Fucking annoying. Oh, come on! Oh, I didn't take any damage, though. I didn't take any damage, though. Ah, you're so annoying. Cheetah used to be my favorite car. Infernus or Cheetah. So good. Not a scratch. It's a beautiful yellow car. I like it. It was a nice car. Mine's better though. This is a plasma crossbow, but it's 3,000 caps. I'm tempted to buy it because it is cool. Plasma crossbow. I didn't know they had that. And it weighs nothing. I want that because I've just not seen it. It's gonna knock me down quite a few caps, but I don't care. I spent 15,000 caps today. Oh my god, I blew like a whole bunch more money. I shouldn't have done that. Oh. Damn hawk. Oh, look, acidic gulper venom is really good for this. Does it weigh a lot? No, the stack weight is 2. Acidic gulper venom is super good for that. So I should run Moonshine Jamborees and just get lots and lots of that acidic gulper fluid stuff and just stockpile it. Make about 30 mini nukes. 36. About 36 missiles. Okay, and there's my low-hanging ammo to workbench. I could just change channels in the fucking sandbox. Nim Fighter, Squadron, Falcon, Sentinel. Game looks good. I am seeing that once human bogs down a little bit, which is unfortunate. When it's on. Oh yeah, I bought that cool plasma crossbow. That's going in my my thing, so I don't have to make it myself. Plasma crossbow. Bye. Later on, I'll go mess around with that, but I don't need it right now. I have this cool Tesla shotgun. What's on the Tesla shotgun? It's damage robots, 50% crit damage, and 35% action point cost, which is like technically perfect. Fucking perfect. Like, let's go kill some mole miners with it and shoot them in the face, because it's got good crit bonus. It pulls more damage than it normally would. For being like completely off spec. I don't have any points in anything that would make this better. Or I guess I have strength. I think strength does affect shotguns actually. I don't know though. Maybe not. Somebody killed all these? Yeah, it appears that somebody did kill all these. No, wait, there's one. What's up, bitch? Yep. Are you blowing yourself up? It's definitely off spec. Yeah, I didn't even think about it, but I think the kabloom is actually super good for my explosive spec, and I didn't even think about that. I am using the wrong shotgun. This is a nice science shotgun, but I should be using the kabloom. I'm gonna go change it. I love 76. It's so accessible. Oops, don't want to pause it. Hi, pretty kitty. Texture quality low, off, off, off. UI glow intensity. Hey, my pet gave me an item. It's a Ghoul Slayer's boxing glove. Hi, pretty kitty. Oh, you want to sit on my lap, do you? You can. You can have my lap. She's taking the lying long ways along my thigh. She really likes that. She's such a good kitty. I thought I needed an ant farm, but no, I needed a cat. I kind of want an ant farm too. It's a shame, because that's a really genuinely good armor piece. 7% incoming damage. Negative 7% incoming damage. These are cool pieces, but they're huge. It's huge. It's 11 pounds. It's a shame. Can't keep it. It's 11 pounds. Hi, wonderful kitty. Oh, I need to sell my gold, which I'm totally spaced. So, we'll go do that. Hi, kitty. Yeah, coming up. I just need someplace to put my keyboard. Yeah, my keyboard. Yeah, you happy? What the hell was that? Why is my base always so fucked up? Wait, now she looks all different. Well, at least she's not faceless anymore. At least she's got one eye and a pump. Wow. shit. Well, I don't know. Like, I think when I'm in the station, it bogs me out, but when I'm actually in the camera mode, it seems fine. I think it's the station that's bogging me down. Oh, okay. So if I... Okay, so I can turn my settings up then. Let's go back to very high and just see what happens to it. New settings are applied. I should probably restart if I want like a good load. Oh, I don't know. That's pretty bad. It's like recaching, I guess. But yeah, let's keep it in high. I don't care. Exit the game. And we'll just go again. Min Fighter Squadron Osprey Vanguard. It looks so cool. Medical Supply Factory. Cool. The Medical Supply Factory is so cool, kitty. Alright, what else? So... Oh, do we have to power these things, apparently? I don't know. Can I power these things? Do I have to power these things? Oh yeah, there's like a thing up top, huh? Oh wow, yeah, I need to be clicking that thing. Things need to be powered. Yeah, the butter churn does. Well, let's make another pylon. I don't know, I could just move the churn. It's a lightning harvester. Does it have a... Where's my snow thing? Like, I'm supposed to have a snow thing, but it's like not here. Like my snow projector. It's here, but I don't see it. Is it up there? No, it's not up there. Like, my snow projector is not here. It's annoying. Maybe it's because I'm using it with a different base. Is that what it is? And I can only have one? Or no, I don't know. My other base is gone. Oh, yeah, that base is gone. I erased it. Live like right around here. I don't know. I can see that the powered butter churn needs power. We'll move that, I guess. there we go. We got a power motorized butter churn. Too idle. It was a good day, kitty. The X4 client does not play well with others. It's annoying me.
Still here, friend.
And now once humans should hopefully play better.
Whoa, don't mind me. Wholesale, let's do it.
These are always good. We'll watch this.
Rockstar Games. They have been one of my favorite studios for quite a while. Being a player of GTA 2 as a youngin' on console, of which I still own all of my dual disc sets of, including the rest of the franchise as well. Shout out to my uncle. Besides just GTA though, LA Noire, as many can probably guess, alongside Max Payne 3, were also favorites of mine too. Regardless, I have always had a suspicion of Rockstar as a company,
Max Payne 1 and 2 were goes well.
despite being a fan, from the same place I felt about
didn't like
Blizzard
Max
as
Payne
well,
3 that much.
before all the controversy about them came out. There have been rumblings about Rockstar for a while. Echoes of crunch work environment that entices prospective employees by promising eventual profit share, and besides such a pristine public image that we all kind of knew them for, perhaps a darker one existing behind the scenes. And then Mind's Eye happened, and suddenly a wave of information, news stories, and even crazier rumors would come out concerning Rockstar and some of their ex-staff, who would depart in a not-so-ceremonious way and go on to form Build-A-Rocket Boy, the studio behind Mind's Eye, and, well, something that was set to be so much more. Leslie Benzies, one of the major execs and developers who departed Rockstar Games, was often credited for being one of the most important creative and managerial executives in their history. Credited with large amounts of their success from GTA 3 through GTA 4, having been the president and main producer of the series. And when the Scottish video game developer announced his new company and vision, he was able to summon a large company, an incredible amount of support, on the strength of his name and reputation alone. But what we would eventually know as Mind's Eye, which happened June 2025, was not what was originally promised, and was set to be a part of something closer to a large metaverse or even a virtual world. And what we got was Mind's Eye, an incomplete shooter that had little promise and more so felt like an inflated and rushed mess, failing to wow critics and players alike. But the story hasn't ended there. With an open feud including over 90 of their original developers, Build-A-Rocket Boy hasn't dissolved yet, despite major layoffs and restructurings totaling at over 200 employees, and then promises of still yet more stuff to come. But Mind's Eye, by all intent and purposes, has been a massive failure and letdown, especially when measured by its original vision, a vision called Everywhere, a metaverse world that combines multiple games and game creation with community aspects together to build a super world. Or at least, it was supposed to. What went wrong with Everywhere and Mind's Eye, thought to be a separate thing and yet was set to be merely an extension of the former. Well, don't worry, we're gonna diagnose that and more reasons why Mind's Eye and thus far Build-A-Rocket Boy have been major failures. In this episode of Death of a Game, a series where we usually cover dead or dying games or companies and utilize a timeline of events to analyze their largest contributing factors. This episode is special though, because although Mind's Eye isn't dead yet, their company just served notice to 300 employees that they were at risk for redundancy, aka firing or let go. This is on top of the 90 other developers that are already bringing the IWGB union to sue them, and like the 200 others that were let go. And thus the chances of them being able to deliver on their original lofty vision, as you will see as the video unfolds, is almost nil. And so, why is that? The case begins for yet another Scottish video game developer legend with a golden touch not named David Jones, who was also involved in GTA, ironically, being a founder of Rockstar North, of course, the Rockstar studio located in Scotland. And this Scottish video game developer's attempt at proving his doubters and former friends wrong, seemingly, at the expense of others. Let's get to the case. The story begins with the forming of Build-A-Rocket Boy as a studio located in Edinburgh, Scotland. This studio would be led by ex-Rockstar developers, but not just any Rockstar developers. One of them would be none other than Leslie Benzies, a Scottish video game developer, who was a large part, according to reports from Rockstar themselves, for pushing GTA 3 and the following GTA titles before GTA 5 to stardom and success. Leslie was a force. When he was in the room, you knew about it, and that's why the Hauser brothers would ask for his help when development on GTA 3 seemed to kind of be at a bit of a standstill. But Leslie was problematic for the team at Rockstar too, at least according to some sources. He was talented and well-liked, but had a tendency to rest on his laurels a bit and make some hasty decisions. In contrast, the Hausers were also called problematic, especially Dan, who was kind of reportedly a bit of a diva. What happened next was Leslie was of the belief that online was the future for Rockstar and for GTA. He wanted to lean into GTA Online and things that were close to that,
Smart
like
man.
GTA 4's online modes. According to the dispute sources, though, the Hausers were in a major disagreement at the time with him and still believed that the series should focus foremost on being a single-player game, but according to another, deeper and more embarrassing source and reason, the real reason was because Leslie put his name in the prime position in the credits for GTA Online, a position that was usually taken by Sam Hauser, who was the president and co-founder of the company. This was seen by Sam as Benzies wanting to, quote, take over the company, and created serious friction. While we don't know all of what happened in terms of specifics, apparently after this, Leslie was asked to sign a contract meant to signify his new executive position and the perks that would come with it. According to Leslie, this was something done at the last second when Rowan Hajjaj, a senior executive that I just butchered his name at Rockstar, would fly to Scotland, Benzies' home residence, to have him sign documents related to profit sharing. However, according to Benzies later on, of which a lawsuit would then spawn, this contract was supposed to give Benzies profit sharing and instead had language designed in a way meant to avoid this profit sharing. Following this, Leslie would be advised to take a sabbatical, taking a few months to half a year to recollect thoughts and feelings and start at a later date again. But when Leslie would return to Rockstar North offices in Scotland, he was ordered off the premises and ultimately terminated. Rockstar would later claim that Benzies was a subpar employee according to the lawsuit, while publicly thanking him for his time and claiming the opposite there. It's hard to know where the truth lies, of course, with this kind of corporate speak, but we know that the dispute wasn't going to end there. Leslie, after raising a lawsuit against his former employee, would suffer a setback when the court would actually deem that the profit-sharing promises were dubious. But Leslie was full steam ahead with forming his own company regardless, which had been quietly working on a number of projects since 2016. Leslie had no difficulties in securing funding at $151 million over 3 rounds of funding, in which his new company, Build a Rocket Boy, would balloon up to a total of 400 employees. Reportedly, according to Aberdeen The City and their reporting, Barb would spend around $7.1 million in yearly operational costs. The rest of the money was likely going to go towards, of course, pursuing a project of their choice. The drama wouldn't end yet, however, and a number of Rockstar employees would express that crunch was the norm at Rockstar, with some developers having put in 100 hours a week. And I've heard part of this crunch is actually made worse by the fact that they hire lower-end developers, pay them less, and then promise them money whenever the games come out, so you have to stick through the entire process. Something Rockstar had the ability to do, with how popular they had become, with GTA 5 having sold 220 million copies. The reports of crunch were during the development of Red Dead Redemption 2 specifically, a game that would drop in 2018 and sell another 78 million copies. Rockstar had grown to a gargantuan size and was only continuing to grow, but with the departure of Leslie and other developers, for the first time in a minute, Rockstar was losing some of their big talent. You might say this is disputable, but remember, Leslie wanted to go in on GTA Online, something that Take-Two, the publisher behind Rockstar, would do anyway, regardless if the Housers apparently wanted it or not, and would be met with tremendous success. GTA Online has since generated billions, like billions. So regardless if reports about Leslie's prowess were understated or overstated or whatever, he clearly was on to something, and this created the perfect storm of many fan hopefuls such as myself awaiting the next Scottish video game developer's project. Take-Two would return the favor with Benzies and take him to court after accusing him of poaching some of their employees. This would end in a confidential settlement that would also force Benzies' new company to change name, having previously been named the Royal Circus Games. This lengthy drama would continue both behind the scenes and legally. And who was right? It's hard to say, and hard to tell from the outside, of course, even with reports on both sides. Was Leslie or Take-Two bitter about things? Probably. But if both felt that they had proper cases to bring against each other, they were in their rights to do such.
Friends should never sue
But
friends.
this drama wasn't going to help Leslie and go move on or exit the giant
paths.
shadow that Rockstar Games could cast, and was casting, at any moment. With the departure of none other than another founder of Rockstar, and often credited as the guy behind the GTA series creatively, from a story and narrative perspective, Dan Houser, the vice president and co-founder of Rockstar, Sam Houser's brother, would depart the company. More rumblings of more disagreements, this time between brothers, where reportedly Dan wanted to make more frequent games, and Sam wanted to focus on the bigger blockbusters. This feud likely extended past that, such as rumors of Dan being hard to work with. But this is the only part we really know about so far. Rockstar was clearly suffering from some growing pains, when only just a few of its founding major members were now left. And Sam, the president of the company, seemingly was behind yet another departure. Interesting. This is relevant because it furthers the story of Leslie Benzies and his departure, showing that clearly something serious was at play behind the scenes, and possibly coming from Sam's direction primarily. But we're not going to focus any more energy on Rockstar anymore, and instead we'll focus on our main antagonist, or main protagonist developer, Build a Rocket Boy. While development would originally start in 2016 for what was to become their first project, due to likely unsatisfactory results with the
this is like the
Lumberyard engine, which
developer's
was the
drunk
engine that they
brother.
would choose, an engine purchased and flipped by Amazon Game Studios
brother,
that has yet
but,
to
you
see
know,
much
he's like a
success, including
bad
with
friend.
AGS, and is routinely called out as an issue in development whenever working on these games, including with, of course, the biggest project that it's known for, New World. Build a Rocket Boy would then shift to Unreal Engine
World.
5 sometime on November 13th, 2020. While this would likely solve many of their issues, Unreal Engine 4 and 5 have a
What?
pattern of turning their games into a bit of like copycat clones of each other, utilizing some of the same presets and such. It would be up to Build a Rocket Boy to break those conventions though and make a worthwhile project following a major engine change. The first time we would see Build a Rocket Boy with their first project publicly was August 2022, where they would announce Everywhere, a game that was set to seamlessly blend gameplay, adventure, creativity, and discovery. A true sandbox experience with a quality graphical and gameplay package to boot. Think Roblox, and then some. Everywhere could create games within the game, and worlds within the world. It was a metaverse or virtual world. This was not just one game, it was a game platform for creation. Something about the talented executives and founders at Rockstar Games, or at least the X-ones now, had this certain fire for always reaching for the stars. With David Jones, an iconic programmer, most famously being behind Crackdown and APB, post his time at Rockstar and on
Crackdown
GTA
1
2.
was good.
The legacy of these Scottish developers
Weird,
was
shitty
immense,
corpo
but
game,
sometimes
but it was
your own
very,
hype
very
and
good.
Kool-Aid drinking can make you feel like you just can't play, which could also be why we've seen such spectacularly ambitious failures on the channel, like Lawbreakers
Crackdown
with Cliff
3.
Blazinski, or of course APB with David Jones, like we just mentioned,
I
another
remember
title that I've
APB.
covered on the Death of a Game show. The alpha test for
APB.
Everywhere would take place December 2023 quietly, with me being unable to find any reports or rumblings concerning such. Builder Rocket Boy wanted to make sure they kept their testing under wraps, whether because of public reception being too harsh or things just not being ready yet. Sometimes when you secure funding for a company, it depends on what kind of funding you end up securing and the terms and conditions that would come with such, for how and how long you have to repay such funding. Or perhaps they come with major expectations of turning a profit at a certain point or seeing something more concrete. The point I'm making is that while Leslie Benzies was able to secure a lot of funding, the funding would already start drying out after like 8 years now, and layoffs would hit the company sometime in February of 2024. The Builders Beta, as it was dubbed, a test run of not just a set of development tools, but the ability to play them out in a live game, would drop June 2024. But even as interesting as this idea might sound on paper, or, through your ears, confusion set in early, as you can see in the comments. Mind's Eye was actually announced at the end of the Everywhere trailer, originally meant to be a game within Everywhere, and fans were curious more about the status of that game. I think that's because Everywhere was being sold as kind of like, hey, you're gonna make a game for us, and that's a bit hard to sell to people. Whereas like Mind's Eye was like more high fidelity graphics, and it made people feel like it was more of like Minecraft on steroids, at least because of that was like possible on the engine or whatever. That game would be announced separately, perhaps due to demand, October 2024, looking like a blend of an action movie and a sci-fi game. Mind's Eye looked to be an action-adventure thriller with parts of like GTA with a focus on driving and shooting and, of course, other parts, and the other parts of like Deus Ex, as your characters seem to like feature cybernetic powers and the moral dilemmas that come with such. But when you break the trailers down, including the gameplay reveal, what is shown is just flashy, sure, and it has a nice package, sorry, but it already feels like it's lacking some depth early on. It has a total lack of showcasing key gameplay features that would then set the game apart. It looked like just a narrative-focused shooter, but if the idea was to have this game be a part of the ever-expanding Everywhere game and world, it was going to have to be a lot more than just a narrative shooter with okay gameplay. Not with that kind of expectation that was being put onto them, and how much money was on the line as well. For reference, Alan Wake 2, a comparable narrative shooter of a sort, had $81 million as its budget. By this point, Barb had been spending around $50 million on just their operational costs over the course of 7 years. That leaves around $100 million left over for the budget of their game, but part of that budget had to be used for marketing, something that would cost anywhere between $10 to $30 million for a major game or company. Meaning they had a budget that was comparable to Alan Wake 2, a pure narrative shooter action-adventure game, while trying to be
Really?
like Roblox, a metaverse, and so much more. The math just wasn't adding up even before launch. But following a poor reception for Mind's Eye's reveal at large, CEO
Dude,
Mark
I'm gonna get
Gerhardt,
300 grand
which might sound
here.
familiar to some RuneScapians, a former longtime CEO at Jagex, another British video game developer, of course, behind RuneScape like I've already said, would claim that the bad press was actually like a paid concerted effort. This is one of the most bizarre things I've seen claimed in gaming, but I'm gonna split a little bit of hairs here. Gerhardt has probably been told stories by ex-Rockstar employees that are now working at the company at Barb of supposed strip club-infused work environments, and likely saw Rockstar's actions post the departures as pretty vindictive, so basically Gerhardt felt like this was just another part of that. But the hard part with criticism is that you have to be able to parse through the bad criticism. The criticism that isn't constructive and doesn't lead to improvement, while looking for the good criticism at the same time. But while Leslie could have chosen to make a humble game post his time at Rockstar before building into something more grandeur, Leslie, when interviewed before launch, would take no opportunities to kill hype, and instead would just stoke the flames, claiming that Mind's Eye wasn't just a one-and-done game experience and was set to be ever-evolving, like a virtual world. Benzies would state that Mind's Eye would find support through Play Mind's Eye, which was the play portion of the game, with continuous content, an upcoming multiplayer, and the ability to utilize the building tools shown in Everywhere to build more stories and expand the game even further. It was now beginning to sound like the game was like
Oh,
Destiny
yeah.
and Minecraft mixed together.
Oh, I
an
landed it
incredibly
too.
high
It
bar
was
to
such a
reach
good
that
jump.
hasn't been reached yet. But in the same vein, claimed that the main campaign was only 20 hours long, and according to most reports I've seen, that's like double the amount. I mean, no wonder this guy was so talented.
That
He
sounds
managed to say
amazing.
all that impressive
Why
stuff
won't people
before
give me
dropping the bomb that their
benzos?
game would cost full price and yet be faster to beat than games that I played when I was like 11. Kidding. But seriously, Mind's Eye was built and sold on a promise. A promise that eventually it would be worth the value arrangement. Pinky promise. It felt like Leslie and Co. were treating their customer base like an investor, trying to convince them that nothing was wrong and that they were worthy of an investment further. Something that you don't really want to feel when you're playing and buying a game. A bad omen would strike right just before the launch of Mind's Eye, which was set for June of 2025 with the departure of two major executives from Build a Rocket Boy. The chief financial and legal officers had departed, and while this could be a coincidence, the likeliness that these two positions in particular related to each other and related to likely why Mind's Eye was being rushed in the first place, set to launch before Everywhere, the platform it was supposedly built on. I mean, just come on. That meant that finances and legal positions were looking choppy for Build a Rocket Boy. There was a ton riding on their upcoming launch. That's not a there's smoke, there's fire, that's there's already a fire. And Mind's Eye would launch across platforms June 10th, 2025, and what was originally described as a genre-creating action-adventure shooter with a massive sandbox toolkit to boot was like merely just a piece of that dream. On aggregate review website Metacritic, Mind's Eye would score a staggeringly low score of 37 out of 100 from critics and 2.5 out of 10 from players. The Guardian would score the game the same as IGN, a 40 out of 100, stating that Mind's Eye is an oddity. For all its failings, I rarely disliked playing it, and yet it's also difficult to sincerely recommend. Its ideas, its moment-to-moment action and narrative are so thinly conceived that it barely exists, and yet, I'm kind of happy that it does. IGN, scoring it the same, would claim that when its performance is stable and you're explosively blasting your way through robots, Mind's Eye can masquerade as a serviceable action shooter for a few minutes at a time. Its near-future setting and driving feel also impress, however its flashy graphics and cinematics can't otherwise hide its distinct lack of substance. For me, that sounds like the rank-and-file developers were doing their job, but whoever was in charge of things was not putting the focus in the right places and thus creating the right direction for the rest of the team to follow. I mean, Digital Foundry was calling the game's performance abject, even after the latest patch that was meant to fix those issues at launch. I mean, Mind's Eye, where to start? You have a generic shooter meant to signal the coming of an age of new technology and innovations, yet it feels completely dated, like a generic story shooter that you played back in 2011. Bland gameplay, a far too linear story for a supposed open-world game, and a forgettable story overall make Leslie Benzi's new game a total dud. Not even the cool gadgets like the drones in the game that you can use to oversee fights and assist you, or quality driving that the game does have, can save anything here either. The story doesn't stop there either, and the plot only continues to thicken like my grandma's oatmeal. Miss you, Grandma. Build a Rocket Boy reportedly was working on another game during and after the launch of Mind's Eye, their most recent game, an extension of Everywhere. This project wasn't Everywhere. It was reportedly a project based on a seriously powerful IP from a big company. Leslie had, clearly at least, a knack for getting attention, able to secure such powerful projects despite much of anything to show for it. But it also further shows that Mind's Eye itself seemed to be a mere extension of more ambitious ideas pushed to launch, in my opinion, to make money and convince investors that things were being done, which has been basically confirmed by sources saying that Leslie was the one that was behind pushing the game to launch, including pushing Everywhere as well. But eventually money was going to dry up, and so was the patience, and these people with big money were going to stop believing in Barb, especially as they just massively faltered with Mind's Eye. Build a Rocket Boy within just a few weeks would already announce major layoffs after getting critically reamed, reportedly affecting up to 100 employees, with as many as 300 employees being notified about possible redundancies. This is the issue with reaching for the stars, before your company's even made consistent revenue, or any revenue. Depending on the type of funding, they might be willing to see you out as much as you might think or feel like they should, especially when you haven't launched a product that made money since the beginning of development. That was almost like 10 years ago. Especially when their publisher, IO Interactive, a Danish developer and publisher, was likely not happy with their results and was pulling the plug on their end of things too. Even the lead actor behind the main character, Jacob Diaz, and Mind's Eye Alex Hernandez, who also played the main character in Mafia 3 and faced some scrutiny there too, unfortunately, would share his frustration at the end of the game's launch month, claiming that he didn't understand why they would launch something if it wasn't ready. And the natural frustration of being a part of another game failure, of course, too. But to be fair with Mafia 3, at least it actually has like a good container. There's something enjoyable there besides like the needless grind that it has, whereas Mind's Eye feels worse than that game did by far. The public reception would continue to match this with a Steam reception of 42% positive and less than 4,000 Steam players. Mind's Eye wasn't just bad, it was a total flop, and being called by the Washington Post more than the worst game of the year, it was being called a disaster piece. Even IO Interactive, who had stayed rather quiet throughout all of this as Mind's Eye's publisher, would express their discontent, and even remark that the failure made them apprehensive to even enter the space as a publisher again, period. Ouch. Hell, even the BBC was reporting on things, and no, not that BBC, and telling the world more behind the scenes, such as Leslie notifying his staff that they would get the game back on track, and that the negativity around it was just uncalled for. Then would pivot to state that internal and external forces were working against the game's launch. But according to BBC and public filings, Barb had attracted as much as $300 million investment by 2024, but in the prior 4 years alone had totaled at losses of $202 million, burning through money at a far greater rate than my previous projections. As many of us know, due to early reveals, Mind's Eye was originally set to be a game within Everywhere, but apparently according to reports, as I've already stated, Everywhere was actually something interesting and special, but was rushed by Leslie directly, then had most of its focus shifted to Mind's Eye instead, something that would plague the project throughout. According to 93 current and former Barb employees at the time, likely a part of those that were directly let go, studio management made radical changes without properly consulting the workers that were actually doing the work, and it sounded like leaders didn't let the professionals just be the professionals that they hired, and would also ignore feedback. Leslie was apparently also a classic manager and was unleashed when working on the project, micromanaging all of those around him, which you can actually see in a journal Mind's Eye uploaded themselves.
This is what we do. We sit, we play it. There's usually somebody in there who will take tickets. Chris, you got a ticket about the fire extinguisher. Did you get the raindrops over here? We'll record the videos, we'll take little chunks out, and then that'll get put into the Jira database, and that'll get sent out to devs to fix.
Workers were then forced to take an extra 8 hours of unpaid overtime for crunch periods, with many of these workers suffering from immense stress and pressure. According to the ex-employees, many expected the game would receive a negative reception at launch due to its health. Following this poor launch, nearly 300 employees would lose their job, with 93 of them putting out an open letter and then taking legal action against the company in response. It's only fair we try to dive through some of the developers who were working on Mind's Eye to see if they were the right fit for the job, or maybe management was right. You know, it's a good place to spot clues. The biggest red flags I could find was putting a college grad with nearly no experience in charge of game design and being the one behind the whole entire Everywhere engine, and then having an assistant being someone with almost no game development history. Like, sure, the team had talent. They had the GTA animations guy, a Sniper Elite major animation developer, the camera guy behind Ubisoft's hits, and more. But if your leadership is bad and not giving good direction, it doesn't matter how much talent you have, especially when you're rushing to get things done, and you can't just throw money at creativity and force a solution past a point. Not really, at least. I mean, David Jones, as we've talked about before, also learned that the hard way with APB. You have to give time for creativity to take hold and foster it with good leadership. While I can be critical of dev teams put in poor positions to succeed, Mind's Eye seemed like they had plenty of talent, but the leadership made the wrong plays, and even in some cases sabotaged their work, making things absolutely subpar in the process. Barb would respond to the massive backlash and ex-employee in a public response with a response of their own. Parting ways with people is never easy, and we were deeply saddened to make that decision. We didn't anticipate having to make redundancies after launch, but we approached the process with care and transparency, meeting all of our obligations. We're listening closely to feedback from former employees and are committed to learning and growing from it. Something that basically just amounts to a sob story about how they're sad, and how they were going to work on it in the future. But what about the people they let go? Anyway, I'm sure they were sad too. But I did find something interesting. A clue, perhaps. Meeting all of our obligations. That's an interesting thing to say, and it sounds like legal related, perhaps related to their funding. Maybe the steelman here is that Mind's Eye was pushed to launch due to the funds drying up, but even then, that's still a problem of management. allowing things to stack so high they all come crashing down like a deck of cards. Regardless of why, things would continue to get weirder. Like a Stranger Things episode. Next thing you know, 11 is just gonna pop through somewhere running around. Anyway, Arcadia would be introduced October 30th, 2025. And what was Arcadia? Honestly, I can't really explain it that way. It seemed like it was everywhere with a different name and maybe expectation. Now just the engine itself, but you had to buy Mind's Eye to still have access to it. The whole thing was bewildering and felt like they were trying to sell off the technology they no longer had focused on after launching Mind's Eye. But at this point, it felt like desperation. Something you could hear at the end of the trailer when the voices are echoing is, "Play my games, all I'm asking." No, I'm being serious. It actually plays that, and that's about as on the nose as you can possibly get.
Play my games, all I'm asking.
But this is a game that has sold less than 30,000 copies reportedly, and no amount of robotic voice begging is going to make people play your game. And sure, maybe Arcadia could have done that if people had any idea what the it was, and it didn't feel like paltry content or a token given to players when the full vision of Mind's Eye just didn't work out. And not just not work out, but crashed in a bale of fire. Why not just separate it as its own engine or spin it off or something and try to build your games and popularity from there? Well, that takes time and money, and they're also using the Unreal.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking it would be fun to try and take the Alan Wake engine on like a, you know, like on a bent and try to make a fucking like an action game out of that, because I always thought the action in Alan Wake was actually really good. Like Alan Wake 1 Remaster. They could take that engine and do essentially like a new world game just like this. It'd do really, really well. You versus the shadows, get to the light and the darkness, and you know, but not the same premise really, just that's the sort of stuff though that you could do with it. There's a lot of cool shadow monsters you could send to just do combat with and make it more popcorny. This was it? No, that's not it.
And the money was already running out before launch. Arcadia, Mind's Eye, and the whole metaverse idea pushed by Leslie Benzies and the other executives in tow was confusing, and it was never fully realized. Instead, we got a subpar game and promises of a world yet to come. I like this quote I got from Raph Koster when I was speaking to him personally, one of the founding fathers of the virtual world industry, or metaverses before they were even named that. And that's, in order to make a metaverse, or virtual world, as they are more so known, you have to make a good game. That's the first place to start. You can't just expect people to do that for you. Minecraft didn't work that way, Rust didn't work that way, and neither did Roblox, and so many more examples. They had their own games, and then they got expanded on heavily.
Yep, it's true.
Sure, both officially and unofficially in ways by the community that we've never seen before. Mind's Eye on its own wasn't a good traditional shooter or even a narrative shooter like Alpha Protocol or Alan Wake or even games like Resident Evil. And thus, even if its world-building tools were impressive, it was just going to struggle to ever make that jump to popularity and play. Be wary of anyone advertising a metaverse too, or a world of creativity, community, and gaming all included. Those are hard things to promise, and in order to do such, you have to prove your game's fun and works in the first place. Hytale, for example, is back, and Simon is moving and shifting things around. And that might be an example of how to properly do this, even after their major stumble I covered in the series as well. But Leslie Benzies and crew, we have another story of a talented artist feeling that they could do no wrong, like we covered with the talented Cliff Bleszinski. And of course, you have the John Romero and Daikatana stories and many more examples. Talent stays talent by keeping their head to the grindstone, and keeping their talent honed. The more disconnected they get from whatever their success was or whatever gave them success, and out of touch with the modern scene of gaming as it continues to age, the more chances you see massive failures like this one. It's sad for me because I bleed black, and I love David Jones as a Scottish developer as well. But with Leslie, David, and more, we have talented guys who had a lot more on their mind than just being standard successes. And this probably led to their massive successes in the past, and also massive blunders all the same. The music is playing, though Detectives, in this case, as interesting and twisty-turny as it's been, has come to an end. Well, mostly. Sure, Mind's Eye is still kicking, but considering how much money was on the line for that game and how little has been recouped, it's not likely we're going to see a comeback from Mind's Eye or Barb. And so, how did Mind's Eye become one of our greatest modern gaming failures? Lumberyard, complicated development, and added crunch. UE5 slop that's overly flashy with not much depth. They shot for the stars and landed in the bargain bin. Poor management and crunch culture and a bad work environment. Leslie Benzies was just on the loose. A lack of a strong direction. They ran out of the investment funding while mid-flight. The story of another major developer and executive known for a major franchise failing to wow the audience they were so used to wowing is done. Mind's Eye might be a totally forgettable game, and rightfully so, but it won't be forgettable as a story and extension the story and tribulations of Build a Rocket Boy. And hopefully I've done my part to help tell that story, detectives, until the next case. A case that will cover another legendary developer we've already covered before. One famous for making really fun games that failed to impress initially because of bugs and stuff like that, and then paradoxically can't stand the test of time. Thanks for watching.
One where I, Paul Atreides, was never born.
Ugh. I think he's teasing Dune Awakening, which is insane. '77, '79, '73. Last time I have to go back. Oh, I got another car with his scooter. He gone. Fuck's your deal? Fuck's your deal, asshole? Fucking scrub. See how I went through the wall with the vats? It's kind of cool. Forgot vats did that. I will need Stardust Source, which means a visit to go chop tree. I'll go do so now. Two chests. Boy, I did not mean to blow like 12,000 caps. I did not mean to do that. But boy, I got like so many plans and stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, what's wrong with that? Nothing. Rad storm. I haven't seen a rad storm in a while. This used to be so cool when this would happen. You'd be like, wow, it's like Stalker, you can't go outside. This used to be so bad, it would rad you out so quick. I mean, it'll rad you out so quick. You have to like get cover or go inside like Stalker. It was actually such a cool idea. I wish it would give me glow, because it should give me glow. It's dumb that it doesn't. I think somebody else actually... Oh, no, never mind. I just didn't go down the right row. Oh, the bobblehead, yeah. $1.4, not bad. I'm about to buy that hangar. I must have got that one done, huh? Okay. Kill Burning Springs region people. Let's go do a bit of that. And I'll go do that mutated public event in a few minutes. Man, the frames are better in the new zone. Let's see it. Easter egg games are enough. I need to just be happy with them. I'll play WoW, because it's got new content and stuff I haven't seen. And I love Fistweaver. I actually really like it. I like doing it. What? The hell just killed me? I feel like Molotovs just killed me. I love feeling like a bombardier. Fun as hell. That killed me. Which is stupid. I don't know how that killed me. The rockets are more surgical. I'll probably use that when they start to get close like that. Fun as hell. Seconds. That's 2/3 of a weekly event for mutateds. Oops. Ooh, plan. Look at all these plans. Crossbow. I can make crossbows now. Drown presidential desk. Flower crown sea sprout. Harpoon gun. Pocketed combat armor chest. Shielded lining marine under armor. Ultralight build raider armor chest. Really good. That's a lot of plans, you know, and it cost me a lot of money. I need to go back and stock my machine, I guess. That fucking sound, I want to get away from it. So cool, you can see Watoga. I love this game. It's a little piece of America. I love Appalachia, and You know, I grew up in Jersey. I kind of grew up in an area like this. Jersey was more beautiful than Appalachia, in my opinion. You know, it's insane. But yeah, Jersey in the summertime could be so beautiful. Most verdant place almost in the world, like Washington. Really fucking beautiful. But it's, you know, you got to go to the right places. There's Watauga. Looks so cool from far away. I'm near to something called the Freak Show. And I'm supposed to kill Blood Raiders. Let's see if the Freak Show is Blood Raider. This might have been a really bad decision. But I don't think so, you know? I think it was actually a really fast way to do it. Rad Toad? Rad Toads. Lots of Rad Toads. I was assuming this place was, hideous Rad Toad, the hell? No, I don't want this mission. Encumbered. Oh, 12 memetics, nice. I wish to get more thingies. Can I get the intermediate gear workbench now? I can. Yay. Ooh, rocket launcher. Rocket launcher, shotgun rocket launcher would be sweet. Yeah, you talked me into it. Ooh, there's a flamethrower. Yeah, shit like that would be cool. Yeah, so... What else? I need to be able to double... Garage, temp control... I have 9 left, and I need more of those, is it territory or expansion or whatever? Sit up, I'm hurting my arm. Okay. Oh. Oops. I am going to make something to eat and feed my cat. I will be right back. I gotta pee as well. Gonna go do that stuff. Take a small bio break here. Yep, and I will turn off the music and put on something to listen to before I do so. I'll pop in on encrypted. Oh no, I'm over encumbered. God damn it. Wait, the crowd control, is that the one with the explosive rounds? No, that's the kabloom, right? The crowd control, or is the crowd control the one with the... Yeah, they explode, yes, so switch out weapons here for a moment. I only have 8 shells, though. Maybe I have some in my thing. No, I like this more. I think it's better.
Hello, friends and enemies. I am Emma Longevin. I am balls deep in a Fleetwood Mac phase right now.
Me
Obviously,
too.
I've known their hits my entire life, and I knew
I love Buckingham Nicks. Gonna go pee. Those who know, know. Hi, kitty. Stop being my kitty. Have some beef bulgogi with some ice cream. She's hot. I need to produce like shotgun. Oh no. I need to go chop purple trees. So up we go. I like this game more than New World because like protecting and making a base and helping it thrive, like that's makes more sense to me than doing a theme park world where you just go through theme park areas. That's boring to me. I like this feeling that I'm like cutting a swath across the land. I might be too far now. I mean, I like looting that house. It's a good, easy monument for hard mode. I think I actually have a fairly good spot. If I could reach the house, I would from here. I would move over here though because it's closer to where I should be. I should just run that monument. It's got better stuff. Yeah, maybe we moved the base, huh? I think I've been grinding that smaller monument for too long now. I need to get something a bit more income. And I can still go to that monument. I can just go right to it, no problem. Yeah, maybe it'd actually be better to be able to see all of it. Oh, there's somebody's really big house. Goddamn. Yeah, people love this game. I like builders. Like, I like builders and I like base building if it's just me and I'm catering to my tastes, you know? Okay, we were living on that thing for a while, and it was nice to jump down into the house really fast, but, I mean, I could do that here, too. I can go to the house from here, no problem. I can go to that house and that house. That's probably better. Running those two houses is going to be better than, like, going to that house. And I'm closer to the trees, which is good. I feel like I could even go over there and still reach all this really well. Yeah, I can. I can like totally reach all this. I think I'd actually like to move closer to the purple trees because I need them for ammo. Oh no, did you log me? No. Oh well. It's okay, I'm about to take my dinner break here. At 1:35 in the morning. I'm such a freak, I've never been normal. Not since I was 12 years old and I started just mainlining Secret of Mana all night and shit like that. I have not ever been normal. Don't want to be in the storm, and I also want to look around, see what else is around. Those houses seem pretty cool. I like looking at them. Yeah, it's really RP to live here because I have a bunch of neighbors, so I will build on the cliff here where I can see them all. And this is actually maybe a better spot for a permanent spot, maybe. Yeah, I'll take it, fuck it. Yep. And we'll just go these guys build big. I don't want to build big. Spin it around a little bit here so we can walk down to the stone. Yeah. And then bring it up a little higher and over. Perfect. Confirm. I have the screw top house. I could finish it, but I mean, I don't know. I am finishing it. It's slow. That beef bulgogi smells good. Now I'm supposed to tear the vent off, so I'll be right back. Oh, it smells so good. It smells so good. Off comes the seal. Oh, yeah, beef bulgogi. Yeah, shit. It's really, really good. Beef bulgogi. That's what this is, right? I think so. Wadded beef. Is but good wadded beef. Oh, I need to get ice water. I'll be right back. Wait. Okay. Ice. Oh, kitty, you're hyper. You're a hyper kitty. Hi, hyper kitty. What's up with you? You left fur everywhere, you crazy. Hi. I'm eating dinner. Yeah, you were going to try and go steal it, weren't you? And I scared you like I was going to hurt you, huh? Nope. I don't hurt things. Not like you, kitty. You hurt me with your claws, but I don't hurt you ever. If I do, it's by accident.
Knew that there was some sort of relationship drama within the band.
Oh, yeah.
What I
Oh, yeah.
didn't know
Several.
is that their story is even more deranged than you could have ever
Crazy.
anticipated.
Cocaine,
Seriously,
addled,
convoluted
crazy.
isn't strong enough of a word to
Heroin,
emphasize how
Gold Dust
gassed
Woman,
this gets. Their story consists of decades-long fights,
Whopping.
lawsuits, breakups, cheating, divorce, substance abuse, witchcraft, and cults.
Told you.
And just when you think shit is getting sweet, it gets worse. Luckily for you, I am here to cover it all to the best of my ability today, which means that we have to go back to the very beginning. Hello.
Aw, she's
Boston. My
Boston.
clothing brand
Boston?
Nephilim is having a Black Friday sale.
No,
up
she's
to
New York,
30%
New York.
off.
Actual
Everything we
New
make
York.
is ethically made and AI free, and it would mean so much if you would check it out. Thank you. Our story begins in the summer of 1967 in London. Peter Green had recently left his old band and was looking to start anew. As a vocalist and guitarist, Peter recruited drummer Mick Fleetwood, guitarist Jeremy Spencer, and bassist Bob Brunning. However, Peter originally wanted bassist John McVie to be in the band, but he was already in another band that was doing
People
fairly
Goes is
well,
so
so he
good.
wasn't biting. Bob was told that if John decides to join the band, then he's out, which is exactly what ended up happening. In 1968, Fleetwood Mac released their self-titled debut and their second album, Mr. Wonderful.
I'm gonna charge my headphones while I eat dinner and eat dessert. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, the sound will be better in a bit.
Mr. Wonderful featured Christine of the band Chicken Shack on the keyboard. Christine and John then started dating and got married after 2 weeks. After the release of Mr. Wonderful, Peter poached guitarist Danny Kirwan from his band, thus making him the third guitarist in Fleetwood Mac. I know this is a lot to take in, and trust me, it does not get any easier, but right now the band consists of Peter Green, John McVie, Mick Fleetwood, Danny Kirwan, and Jeremy Spencer. In 1969, they released their third album, And Then Play On, and also toured the US and Europe. The beef within the band begins very very early. Peter and Danny did not get along very well. Peter was very lax, whereas Danny was very hot-headed and had very high musical standards. They clashed often over their different attitudes towards the band. Now, rock bands are known to indulge in a little bit of party favors, if you catch my drift, and we're in the 60s, which means it's peak psychedelic era. Unfortunately, Peter Green's mental health had begun to decline, which was only amplified by his use of LSD. During their tour, Peter stopped at a hippie commune
You mean
in
cocaine?
Munich, Germany. Munich? I don't know. I tried my best. Peter suffered a bad LSD trip. According to the band's manager, Clifford Davis,
We've all
after this
suffered
trip,
bad
Peter was
LSD
never
trips.
the same again. And due to his rapid mental health deterioration, Peter soon after left the band. With the help of Christine Perfect, now Christine McVie, the four members persevered and released their fourth album, Kiln House. Christine contributed backing vocals, keys, and also drew the album cover. She officially joined the band 2 months before the album's release. Also, Mick Fleetwood married model Jenny Boyd. I don't know if any of you are ready for what comes next. During their 1971 US tour, Jeremy went out to Get a Magazine, but never returned. This resulted in the band having to cancel their show at the now very historical Whiskey A Go Go. After being missing for several days, they found Jeremy, except he had shaved his head, was wearing rags, and denounced his entire life because
Hare
he had
Krishna.
joined the Children of God, which was legally determined to be an authoritarian
He had become a cult member?
cult that involved children. I am not going to go into further detail about this because the things that I read were revoltingly grotesque. But I will say that from the bottom of my heart, I wish this man the worst. So he's out, but luckily Peter came back to help them finish the tour, and thus begins the search for a new guitarist, which resulted in Bob Welch joining the band. They went on to release 2 more albums, Future Games in 71 and then Bare Trees in 72. The chaos doesn't end here though, as Danny Kirwan also began to struggle with his mental health. As aforementioned, Danny Kirwan was known to have a short temper, and being pushed into the role of lead guitarist following Peter's absence was no easy role to fill. The pressure from being in the spotlight, as well as the exhaustion from being on tour, wore him down, which unfortunately led him down the path of alcoholism, coupled with his use of psychedelics. During the 1972 US tour, Danny suffered a severe mental breakdown after an argument with Bob Welch. This breakdown consisted of him smashing his head and his fist against walls, trashing his dressing room, smashing his Gibson Les Paul guitar, and also refusing to go on stage.
Been there.
This was minutes before showtime, and the show must go on, so Bob Welch did his best to cover Danny's guitar parts. This didn't go over very well, and Danny ended up talking a whole bunch of shit about the band afterwards. He was promptly
One
fired.
time my band came home. I was at my friend Christopher's house. He was my backup guitarist. And I had been slam dancing to Smashing Pumpkins for 2 hours. And they came back, and there was like no lights on, and I was covered in sweat because I had been like jumping and doing jumping jacks and freaking out in the dark with a strobe light going. And just, 3 Smashing Pumpkins albums just on repeat, just the songs that I liked, playing it loud. They got back at like 3:15 in the morning or something, and I'm just there slam dancing in the fucking dark to a strobe light with like Smashing Pumpkins and shit. Weird shit like that. I've been there. I've been there on that weird psychological, like, psycho trip. Self-analysis and psychedelics and trying to expand one's mind and understanding who you are. Being physical, being very, very physical.
After this. This feels like a good time to say what I normally say for my outro, which is stay safe, don't do drugs. If you do drugs, do them safely. I'm often asked what that means, and what I mean by that is, if you or someone you know is indulging in substances, please learn how to administer and carry Narcan. Narcan is primarily used for opioids.
I got a box right here. I'm not kidding. Naloxone, HCl, nasal spray. You guys proud of me? I'm prepared. I've got junkies in my life and I'm scared, so we have this, Ice cream. Yeah. What do you do? No, 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 no. Don't do this, whatever you're doing. No, no, no. Go away.
Opioids and does not work for every substance. As another measure, please
Not at
test
all.
your drugs before you take them. Even if you trust the person you obtain them from, you never know if they got a bad batch. None of this is foolproof, but you can still take precaution. I personally have never indulged in these substances, but I and many others have lost loved
I
ones
have.
to addiction, which is why I like to spread awareness about it when I can. I know that was a lot to take in, so take a breather if you need, but things do get a little less intense on the details from here on out. In 1973, we got guitarist Bob Weston and vocalist Dave Walker as replacements. They then went on to release their 7th album, Penguin, but then they ended up firing Dave because he didn't fit the vibe. So if you're still with me, the band now consists of Christine McVie, John McVie, Mick Fleetwood, Bob Weston, and Bob Welch. They then went on to release their 8th album, Mystery to Me. However, no Fleetwood Mac album cycle can simply be peaceful, and this is where the relationship drama starts. As a result of the turmoil the band had been through, being around each other 24/7, and John's alcohol abuse, the McVie's relationship began to crumble. Allegedly, John had an affair with a woman named Sandra Elston, and Christine had her own affair with sound engineer Martin Birch. I don't know which came first, but despite this, they continued to work together and try to remain professional. But you know who didn't keep things professional? Bob Weston. Because 2 weeks into their US tour, Mick caught Bob f***ing on his wife Jenny. Bob was immediately fired, and then they
They
canceled
were all
the
on
remaining
cocaine
26
and heroin,
dates
and they
of
were all
their
just
tour.
fucking
the band
like
was
rabbits.
now presumably broken up or temporarily disbanded, depending on who you ask. Their manager, Clifford Davis, was pissed. He wrote the band a letter that said he hadn't slaved for years to be brought down by the whims of irresponsible musicians. He was afraid that his reputation would be destroyed because he had all these touring commitments, but no band to fulfill them. In a 1974 interview with Rolling Stone, Clifford said that he owned the name Fleetwood Mac, it was his band, it was always his band, and that he had always
What?
sort of been the leader. Right. So he decided to recruit a bunch of random musicians. No offense, I didn't bother looking into any of these people. Maybe they're cool, I don't know. And then have them tour under the name The New Fleetwood Mac. He even went as far as to tell them that Mick Fleetwood would join them on tour to validate the use of the name. Mick denies ever agreeing to this, by the way. Their first few shows went well, but as audiences came around and realized that they were a bunch of frauds and phonies, they started getting turned away at gigs and promoters started canceling their shows. Audiences began heckling them, the new keyboard player quit, and after an incident at the Edmonton show where people were throwing bottles on stage, they decided to call it quits, cancel the tour, and the band broke up. A lengthy legal battle ensued, but sparing you all the details, Fleetwood Mac got their name back, and then the rest of it was settled out of court. The lawsuit ended up giving them the idea and the opportunity to move to California. They continued on managing themselves, becoming the only major rock band at the time to do so. Mick, Christine, John, and Bob Welch then went on to release their 9th album, Heroes Are Hard to Find. Although, at the end of 1974, Bob Welch left the band to pursue a solo career. He had, very understandably, grown exhausted from the constant struggles and didn't know where the band could go from here. He's quoted saying, "Everybody knew that we needed to find some new creative juice." And now, drum roll please, the moment you have all been waiting for. This is where Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks enter the scene. I'm going to speedrun their background so I can catch you up to present day. Also, I had a hard time finding a straightforward timeline of these events, so if things are a little messed up, please forgive me. Also, in case you don't know, Stevie's the girl and Lindsey is the dude. Stevie and Lindsey met during high school in 1965 and had immediate musical chemistry. They reunited in college. Lindsey had a psychedelic rock band called Fritz and invited Stevie to join. They opened for Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin from 1968 to 1970. Fritz broke up, and after that, they continued to pursue music together and began dating in 1971. Together, they dropped out and moved to LA into producer Keith Olsen's home. Stevie worked very
And they
hard
made
to
the
keep
best
him
album
afloat
of
while
all
Lindsey stayed at
time.
home and made music or whatever. Can an LA event as a woman. However, Stevie said that she enjoyed taking care of him and didn't mind being the breadwinner. In 1973, they secured a record deal, releasing a self-titled album called Buckingham Nicks.
There it
Everyone
is.
was on the album cover. It flopped and their label dropped them. Lindsey got f***ing mono. They
It
moved in with
shouldn't
their
have
producer,
flopped.
Dash it.
Oh, damn it. I just dropped 2 speakers for no reason. BRB. Sorry, kid. I didn't mean to startle you. Noticing when I eat, you get on me and you get all kind of clingy, kitty. It's kind of annoying. like a thing that you have. Ugh, stupid speakers. Always fall. Those rubber tips, wow. There's the first speaker. Here's the other speaker. Okay.
Not for the band as a whole. Also, this was booked and planned before she knew there was going to be another Fleetwood Mac tour, and also, regardless, she still promoted the Fleetwood Mac tour in the article. This unleashed constant fighting between the two of them, to the point where they had to segregate the girls and the boys that were on the tour. That way, no other innocent people would be subjected to their constant fighting. Following the Fleetwood Mac tour, Stevie went on her own solo tour that was massively sold out, and she even sold out Madison Square Garden. Lindsay bitterly claims, has sort of gotten a bit disoriented in her wanting to pursue Stevie Nicks in capital letters, if you will. Which, like, I get it can be hard when you're in a collaborative band and one person gets more attention than you. And also, I do think Lindsay and Stevie are equally talented as musicians. But at this point,
Yeah, and their duo, that album that flopped, Buckingham Nicks, is like, I think, one of the greatest albums ever written.
By now, when will you? Also, I'm not saying they have to take Stevie's side, as obviously there's levels to this, and she's also done her fair share of horrible things to him as well. But, like, get it together. You're in your 50s. Christine and Lindsay proceed to work on music together with hope that it could become the next Fleetwood Mac album. However, they know they cannot do that unless Stevie is also featured on it in some way. Stevie refuses to contribute to it, which pisses Lindsay off even more. So Lindsay and Christine decided to release it as a duet album with also John and Mick on it, and the album was called Buckingham McV. Sound familiar? I don't know, that just kind of mess. Like, it's fine to make a duet album, but calling it Buckingham McV is just, it's messy. It's messy. I'm sorry. It's real. That's a messy thing to do. In an interview, Stevie seems annoyed when talking about the duet record, but also she refused to do another album with them. So, like, I don't know. These people got issues. And then in 2018, Lindsay was full on fired from the band. As the story goes, in January, they received the MusiCares Person of the Year award and were scheduled to perform at a Grammy-hosted gala to honor them. Also, Bill Clinton presented them their award. So they pull up and they're told that their cue to walk out to receive their award will be when they start playing the song Rhiannon. And Lindsay's gotta make it a whole thing because he doesn't like that the song choice isn't a song that's representative of the entire band, and instead it's a song that was solely written by Stevie. Which I would understand, but the band is a collaborative effort with all of them contributing.
I love Rhiannon. That's my favorite song by them.
They're performing later that night, so they'll be able to play all the songs that they want to play that they all equally worked on. Also, would he have the same energy if they chose Go Your Own Way? I don't know. That's my thought process. Stevie was also grieving during this time, as her longtime friend and collaborator Tom Petty had just recently passed away. He was the last person to receive this award before them. Tom's daughter and Stevie's technical stepson, who was the son of her best friend that had passed, were also in attendance that night. So I could imagine that would add another layer of sentimental grief over this entire thing. During her speech, Stevie acknowledges Tom's passing and how her heart was broken because of it. In the background, it seems like not just Lindsay, but the entire band was kind of goofing off in the back and like making jokes about how long-winded Stevie's speech was. It was kind of giving, you ever go to like an elementary school choir concert and there's like a group of kids like goofing off and not taking it seriously? I was that kid, except this is a bunch of like old like 70-year-olds doing this. So we can infer that picking a fight with Stevie while she was grieving, while her dead best friend's children were in attendance, while also making fun of her speech, really sent her into a wrath. Stevie reportedly said when she left the stage that she never wanted to be on stage with Lindsay ever again. Not really relevant, but I watched the video of this speech and I never noticed what an absolute behemoth Mick Fleetwood is. He's 6'6". I don't blame Stevie for folding all those years ago. I understand the vision now. They were in the process of planning another tour, but Lindsay wanted to delay it because they've done it for Stevie for her solo stuff, and he wanted to tour his solo stuff, and obviously, like, Stevie's Stevie at this point, and, you know, they couldn't even release an album without her because...
You know, I know all this. I've read a book about this, but... It's fun to hear her tell it, and she's fresh. She just did all the research for months.
that way, but they definitely could release an album without Lindsay. So it's a whole thing. It just created a bunch of contention. It didn't work out. So that was another issue that they were having at the time. According to Lindsay,
Is that a Rumors vinyl?
had said that Stevie had given
That's a vinyl of Rumors? Are you fucking serious? It must be modern and re-released or something.
him the ultimatum that it was either him or her. And naturally, they're going to go with Stevie Nicks. Lindsay did not take this lightly and
She has good
After
taste.
2 months, they did release a settlement, but the details were confidential. Mike Campbell and Neil Flynn were recruited to replace Lindsay. Aside from touring, they were also planning on making music with them. In 2018, Danny Kirwan tragically passed away from pneumonia in a hostel for homeless alcoholics. Rest in peace, which I really hate to hear. I hate to see any addict go through that and not be able to come out of the other side on it. Founder Peter Green died from natural causes in 2020. Christine McVie tragically passed in 2022. In interviews following this, Christine and Mick have both stated that they couldn't go on without Christine and consider the band to be done. However, in 2024,
Stevie and Mick.
Mick did say he was interested in reassembling the band. The future of Fleetwood Mac at this point remains uncertain. John McVie will have just...
It's certain. They're all 84. The future of Fleetwood Mac is the rest home. I'm sorry, but it was like 10 years ago when it was okay. We all thought that when they did their Silver Springs, or when she was singing Silver Springs for the MTV, they had an unplugged. They had like an unplugged Fleetwood Mac for MTV, and it was a good session too. I loved that session. I still sing songs from that session. It's a good session. Oh, is something killing me? No, nothing's killing me. You just logged me, I guess? Yeah.
By the time I have posted this. Mick Fleetwood posts to Instagram frequently, just being like a silly little whimsical old man. I don't know. I love him. I want him to be my grandpa.
Oh, I'm up against the wall again. It's another lovely day in LA. A lovely day in LA. A lovely day in LA. See you later.
He has posted that he's working on a solo album. He also did the influencer thing of creating a coffee company and then seemingly abandoning it because when I click on the link, it just redirects to like the GoDaddy thing and the website doesn't work anymore. Lindsay cryptically posted a photo of the Rumors 5 with the caption, "Taking It Back," a few days ago. Lindsay has also been stating for a couple years now that he's also working on a solo album. Stevie is currently wrapping up a solo tour and also...
you gotta show them younger because they are all like 84. They were born probably the same, and no, they're not that, they're not that young or old. I mean, they're like 74, 78. No, they're my mother's age. They're gonna be 78, 84, 78 to 84, somewhere around there. We don't need 84-year-olds bouncing around on stage. That's how strokes and diaper accidents happen.
recently had 2 Barbies made of her.
I don't need to dandle out fucking Fleetwood Mac in front of a fucking, like just because some 12-year-old, like, just discovered them. I don't need to dandle them out there like some kind of crazy sideshow. They've been retired from touring since 96 or something like that. That was 30 fucking years ago. Why are we talking about this now? I feel this way about all these dinosaur bands, like the Rolling Stones. We understood when they kept going for a while, or even like, Iron Maiden and stuff. We understood why they kept going for a while, and Metallica and all that. But there's this point when you're like looking at a 68-year-old singer and 70-year-old guitarist, and they're not bouncing around anymore. They're not screaming. Their throats are scratchy and. They're old, and that's okay, but we seem to want that for some reason. I don't want that. I prefer to remember them like this. South Park did a fucking episode about it called Member Berries. Member Berries was really good. I'm going to watch Member Berries tonight because I forgot how formative that episode was for me. We love all these things like extraterrestrial or E.T. extraterrestrial or like, Star Wars or Fleetwood Mac or fucking shit from the 70s or 80s or even like modern stuff like Stranger Things. But that veneration and like we can't go back to that stuff. You know, it was cool when it happened.
Lindsay and Stevie also reissued their first album
This was a really racy cover.
together, Buckingham Nicks, in September 2025. We'll never know the exact terms that they are on, but if there is a reunion in the cards, I hope they
I'm sure they are on speaking terms because they all probably made like $100 million each or something. It's crazy. They get, I'm sorry, they don't make that much, but it's, you know, it is a lot. It's like 40 or 50 million dollars. So their problems probably aren't that bad. If they have drug addictions, they go to rehab and stuff like that. Their problems aren't that bad.
their health and wellness overall.
Yeah.
As fascinating as this dynamic has been, I wouldn't want them torturing themselves well into their 80s. If you made it to the end, tell me your favorite.
Which is what they're doing. That what they would be doing if they were touring. Touring is touring almost breaks young people. Touring sucks. You sign up like 100 dates in a year or something, and every 2 or 3 days you're doing like another one, something. And like, you're in a van and you can't stand each other and you can't have sex because you're constantly like in the same room with 5 to 10 other people, and it's just, you can't like get high because they judge you and all this other stuff, and it's just weird, and it's intensive, and people lose their marriages over it and shit like this. And touring is hard on a 20-year-old man. I can't imagine what it's like for a 78-year-old. You know, I watched a great little documentary about the Iron Maiden and how their lead singer is, you know, at the time when they did that documentary, it was like 2015 or something like that. But they did this documentary about how he's a full-blown 747 pilot, but he's also the lead singer of goddamn Iron Maiden. And because of what happened to Lynyrd Skynyrd and the Big Bopper and all these people that died in car crashes and stuff, Kobe Bryant and all this, he started refusing to like take other pilots. He just started, he was like, no, we put so much into this band, and we tour every year all over the world, and the whole world loves Iron Maiden, probably more than Metallica. So probably more, I would say. It's crazy. And like watching this like 80-year-old man bounce around on stage and sing and stuff, it was cool. It was inspiring, but it was also like, we don't need this. We don't need you and like an 80-year-old band trying to sing like 80s hair metal from 50 years ago. I don't actually, I mean, I don't need that. I mean, I don't need old people delivering what they used to do 50 years before. I don't think that's a good look. You know, often they have dentures and shit like this. It's not really a good, it's not a good look. It's never really been. So I try to stay away from geriatric shit. I noticed that the radio is fucking full of it. Like, for instance, they love to talk about Elvis and motherfucking, like Dolly Parton and shit, a good 50 years or something. But remember, both of those people, they left the radio sometime around 1984 and never, ever, ever came back. And they shouldn't come back. Now, by left the radio, I don't mean like, you know, but they play their music on the radio all the time, more so than they should almost. Like everything that either both artists did all the time is all over the radios, all over America, right? What I'm talking about is they themselves as musicians, they might have cut albums since then, but they weren't trying to be these top 40 albums that move units or anything like that. The shows are about nostalgia. They aren't about rocking the house for young kids and shit like this. And I'm sorry, but that's just not that good of a look for music. Music, unfortunately, is one of those things that I think is better served young. Like, young. Like, you know, but I mean, you know, you can be good at music up until you're about 60. I'd say the same age as everybody else retires, 65 up until then. But about 65, I don't want to see the Rolling Stones. And on top of it, you would think that you could go see the Rolling Stones for $10 because it's been 30 years since they've cut a top 10 album or something, right? But no, they charge like $450 for this band that hasn't even had a famous album for fucking 30 years or something. Or, I mean, they had more recent albums since then, but it's just, you know, it's just weird, but not big ones that changed the world, no. And like, you know, Should musicians be able to work into their old age? Yeah. But should they mainline concerts and sell $300 tickets at the age of 64 to 68 or 72? I don't know about that. It's okay. You know, I thought the Traveling Wilburys was a pretty good experiment of like 58-year-old dudes sounding pretty old. I would say they sounded pretty old to me, like the Traveling Wilburys. They were my favorite band when I was growing up because they had the most like schlocky, sort of, but upbeat and well-written and musically sound music. And it was a super band in the respect that it was like Roy Orbison and Tom Petty and... was it one of the Beatles? It was George Harrison and then Bob Dylan. Yeah, that's the Traveling Wilburys. It was a super band, and I was into them because it was, you know, just like the best of that generation that I wasn't born from. And so after a while, I was like, I don't want to hear dinosaurs. I don't want to hear shit from the 70s. I don't want to hear Boston More Than a Feeling anymore. I don't want to hear, like, Carry On My Wayward Son over and over and over again on Guitar Hero or whatever. It was just mangled. And that music, it's good. 70s power ballads are pretty fucking good. You know, they're good. I love them. I sing them like everybody the fuck else. But after 40 years of that, 40 some odd years of it, I've been exposed to it since I was 5 years old or something like that. After 40 years of it, I don't really need to hear Boston hit that note again of Carry On My Wayward Son. And to me, it sounds like they're a little bit flat too. It says I don't need that again. Honestly, I'd rather hear stuff that you don't always hear on the radio anymore. Like if I was going to go down a nostalgia trip, I would do Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult. I wouldn't do like fucking Kansas. I'm not doing Kansas. Or I don't know. I don't know. But there is good old stuff that I do like visiting from time to time that's earwormy and really, really good. But it's very difficult for me because it's like shit from 50 or 60 years ago. That's cool, but I wasn't young when that shit... I wasn't alive when that shit was current. When I was young, it was overplayed. Now it's been 40 years of it, and honestly, I want new music from new Nirvanas and new Sublimes and new Nine Inch Nails and new Billie Eilish and new fucking, new... whatever, Taylor Swift or whatever. I like new Daft Punk. I need a new superstar from every fucking genre, and I'm certain they're fucking out there, but because these fucking dinosaurs, like my parents and the baby boomer generation, they want to rehash everything from 1973 or whatever the fuck it is, which is what we're doing right now with Fleetwood Mac on this video right here. Everybody's got the interest in it. If there was a new Fleetwood Mac... Like, there's not a new Fleetwood Mac. I don't even think remotely close. There's not even a remotely close Fleetwood Mac. There's, like, I have my favorite band that to me is like the new Fleetwood Mac, and that's the Espers. But I don't think, and they're psychedelic folk. But from Philadelphia and shit. But then that's my favorite band, or like Purity Ring and shit like that. But I don't think we're ever gonna have like a Fleetwood Mac ever again. And I don't think, and I'm sure there's bands out there that are just as good or better, but we don't hear them because we'd rather dredge up like Fleetwood Mac and listen to Rhiannon again, or Dreams, or whatever in the mall. We'd rather hear Dreams in the mall one more time than hear like a modern young 23-year-old girl sing about heartbreak and the same sort of stuff like Landslide, but a little bit maybe harder or younger. I'd rather hear that. I'd rather hear young stuff. Like one of the things I really liked about Cloud Candy is she had like a range of music tastes that spread over. Her father had good music taste and he taught her a lot, and she knew like 75 years of duets and music and stuff. And she had this music taste that transcended, like as I do, many, many generations. And that's hard to find. You'll find it in record stores and stuff like that, but it's hard to find somebody who really, really can't do the radio because they've heard so much fucking different music from so many different genres, from so many different eras, throughout many hundreds of years and shit like this, that yeah, you can go for pretty much anything at any time. And so, no, you don't listen to only metal. No, you don't listen to just only punk or only rap or only hip hop or whatever, only, you know, drill or whatever it is, like I used to. But no, I mean, now these days it's like I'll transcend across like 20 or 30 genres and 20 or 30 songs. And that's one of the reasons why we won't ever have another Fleetwood Mac again, is because one thing you could say about Fleetwood Mac is they did stick to the theme for 5 or so albums, and it really did sound like Fleetwood Mac, and it was transcendent, and it stood out, and it taught us a lot about harmony, kind of like the same way that Simon and Garfunkel did. They were good harmonics. They did really, like, for white people, they could sing. You know, like, that's rare for like white people singing like Fleetwood Mac. That's kind of rare. It happens, but it's not so common. More of an African thing, that. But you know, it happens. British people tend to do it better.
Purposefully omit some things like Stevie's brief.
This is a British band.
The subject matter felt too intense to talk about. There's also hundreds of stories and rumors that have been going around for the past 50 years, and I am just one guy, and I am not a professional journalist or a historian. I do hope that I was able to lay down a good foundation for you.
You did. It was really good.
Further,
yeah.
though. With that being said, stay safe. Don't do drugs. If you do drugs, do them safely. Goodbye. Oh my God. Fleetwood Mac. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I know, I love Fleetwood Mac too. Yeah, the Dark Lore of Fleetwood Mac. This was really good. Go back. Stop.
I am Emma
Go back.
Longovic.
Stuff that happens with music is always crazy and tragic and kind of funny and kitschy and weird. Music is always kitschy and weird. I love it. The cyber industrial complex. There's all these industrial complexes now. I played as a medieval peasant for 100 days. In what? Is it PAX Day? No, it's going to be...
When it comes to the survival genre, there are so many different scenarios to choose from.
Oh, no, it's spell right. It's spell right.
Stuck in space survival. Have a parry back and forth with the hoodlum. All that was left was the archer, who I line of sighted. And as I went for the kill and blow, I decided to do a 360 no scope instead.
And now you've lost a lot of time, like 20 minutes.
Once again, I had to go back for my revenge, and this time I wasn't going to let him make a fool of me.
I hate this combat. I don't know why anybody ever thought it was good. It reminds me of D-pads. It's like the kind of weird blocky thinking that an 80s gamer would have. And it reminds me of D-pad. They want to boil it down to D-pad movements so they can play Street Fighter against you. And honestly, no. Good PvP is a little bit more than that. It's like game sense mixed with, like, you know, opportunity and stuff. It's not just press left when he's pressing left, you know?
So leveled up my strength.
Match dance with somebody and it's like, ugh.
So, on my spontaneous band.
You know, there was one that I liked. It was called Gloria Victis, and it actually did have really good melee directional. I played one. There was one that I liked. I thought Gloria Victis was all of them had the best like promise because you could just block. You just block their attacks, wait for an opening. You could go block, 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 block. Block front, block left, block right, rah, rah, rah. You know, it was good like that. You could just, you could just string a combo of like 3 or 4 hits after you block for like 15 seconds. And the blocks were like a shield in real life. You're just, you're blocking, you're blocking as far as a video game could go. What am I doing? I'm constantly trying to check the bunker to see if I can make that sales mission. And I forgot because Eden kind of distracted me. Okay, we're going back to it.
I actually managed to kill this guy's school bully, which meant he was happy to join my village. And Rudy here seemed like quite a skilled fighter. Day 15 and the village was really starting to take shape. We now had multiple shacks for people to live in. I was slowly...
Look how crappy his village looks compared to the village that Begon and I built.
unlocking more stuff to research, and my quest for the local village was starting to pile up. I had even managed to craft a bag so I can gather more resources. Don't get me wrong, I was still a peasant, but hey, I was a peasant with a handmade Louis Vuitton.
I believe this guy's a drunk and a pill popper. You can hear it in his voice.
Getting more tactical about it, so I wasn't just running in like a noob and getting my head caved in. By this point as well, I was exploring more on my own, leaving Lubbo behind to attend to the village. It was probably for the best because I'm pretty sure he had CTE by this point. Day 20 and life was good. We'd actually created a whole cooking area in the center of the village. Day that passed, the village got new amenities, and there was also initiate a town. I could do trading a lot easier without having to worry about caravan guards.
This combat's so
and
bad.
From a selfish perspective, just from doing more fights, I was able to level up my own character stats. And as for Lubbo, his revised role as a archer has actually paid off, and he's been leveling up and not dying anywhere near as much. And as for the village, well, it looked a lot different compared to what it looked like on day one. We now had chickens and farms, we had other amenities, and most importantly, we had people who were working the land. I was getting into more of the organisation part of running a village and had even started to create a private army. These were my best of the best elite soldiers. That's one thing I really enjoy about this game. You can proper go into the fine details of how everything runs, or you can just let it automate itself and hope for the best. And all of this was setting me up for a big battle.
No, you do have to pay attention to it, or bad stuff happens.
If I was ever to become a ship captain and do my maiden voyage, I would need to clear away to the ocean, which is made difficult by these large bandit camps, which were a lot more harder to take down. So I rallied the entirety of Plumville to attack the bandit camp. So my whole village prepped and armed and ready, I kicked off the battle with a single arrow. The game plan was simple. Draw out the main
This
army
combat's so
and
bad.
then tactically go around the back of them.
Look at how the arrow just kind of flies through the air, like really
As you can
slowly.
see, they had quite a large archery division and even crossbows. But as long as
You
I
are
got my
insane.
job,
All 5 of
get
these guys are
occupied,
just going to
my
focus
army
you.
very good with
You're
that.
gonna die, yeah, if you don't run.
To my surprise, my troops started charging in. I can only assume that my great
And your health started falling down, and now you're close to death. Run before an archer hits you.
Myself up, I went back into battle.
What do you mean top yourself up? You have 25% health. What?
We only lost about 2 or 3 troops. The bulk of the army had actually held its own, which truly did give me hope that maybe there's a chance that by 100 days we could accomplish something quite magnificent.
Nope.
By day 85, I'd made quite the discovery, which was iron ore. However, 2 slight problems. I didn't have the tools to harvest it, and it was really far away. And it was important to have iron because I'd need this to craft a dock, which would allow me to do the maiden voyage expansion. I was already in overdrive trying to make sure I had all the appropriate prerequisites in order to be able to build the dock. But time was truly against me. I still needed to liberate an apprentice carpenter who could actually build the dock in the first place. And to do that, I would need to liberate the first town I came to at the start of the game, which is currently occupied by the brigands, who are a lot tougher than bandits. Day 93, my army was ready. Once I rang the town bell, there'd be no going back, the liberation would begin. That right there is the sound of a rebellion. So, I'm actually going to go out on a limb here and probably say I could have probably liberated this town about, 40 days ago. But hey, listen, sometimes it's more about the journey as opposed to the time it takes you to get there. What the hell is even that? I now had 6 days to get a apprentice carpenter, build a dock next to the ocean, and then do the maiden voyage. An easy task, I'm sure. Okay, so slight plot twist. I forgot I needed a apprentice carpenter, and instead got a apprentice weaver, which used up most of my renown points. This meant I couldn't research the river docks, which was a prerequisite for the dockyard. And even worse, I should have actually been working towards liberating Padstow because they have an apprentice carpenter. And the carpenter in question...
I barely know who you are and you're asking for my help.
Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. So 4 days left, there was no way I was going to be able to become a ship captain in 100 days. I would remain a peasant. Unless... through the miracle of wormholes, I had somehow travelled into the future. Flogtown was thriving, and better still, we had a dock. So I made my way to the shipyard, found a boat, and set sail for new lands. And just like that, I had escaped the mainland and was now on a whole new island to go and explore. So magical was this journey that had even grown hair. The new biome comes complete with new resources, new quests, and obviously new settlements to visit. You will also have to make a decision as to which faction to support.
Yay.
I personally have already spent 50 hours plus just trying to get to day 100 in this game. And the fact that they've added a whole new biome to go and explore for free, honestly, this is going to be hours upon hours of content. Personally, I can't wait to play it. I just obviously need to get there first. And on that bombshell, I'm going to end the video there. Obviously, if you want to play Bellwright for yourself, check out the link in the description below. And just a reminder, it is currently on sale on Steam right now. A big thank you to Donkey Crew for sponsoring today's video. And if you do want a part 2 of this video where I go to 200 days, well, get this video to 2,069 likes. But anyway, that's all from me. Catch you on the next one. Bye-bye for now.
Stupid cop van. He went airborne. They want you to turn all hard there and get annoyed and like you get disconnected. Oh. Yeah. Get the fudge out of my way. Get the fudge out of my way. Nice. 200 grand, baby. Oh yeah. 200 grand.
Look at that. All delivery.
Go into the car wash. $1.66. Oh yeah, my earphones, headphones.
You are hurting your gameplay in GTA Online. Today we're going over a complete settings guide, and I'll be telling you everything you need to change in order to get the most out of both your graphics and your gameplay. Gameplay will be first, and for you PC players, graphics will be in the second half of the video. If you enjoy, leave a thumbs up, subscribe for more stuff like this, and let's go. Let's start off with a very simple but important one, and that's your weapon reticle. It may look a lot cleaner to have it on simple and just have that dot in the middle of your screen, but it's actually pretty important to have it put on complex. The reason for that is the reticle is going to show you your weapon spread, and in a third-person shooter, you're going to want to know where your bullets are going to go once the gun starts to recoil. As you can see, the reticle will change for each type of weapon, showing you the spread of the bullets or pellets, so this will help you correctly aim your shots. Now, if you really like the simple reticle and you want to keep it for whatever reason, make sure you've got your reticle size on the lowest it will possibly go. Yes, that is a setting you can change, and if you turn it up too much, you won't even be able to see the enemies. Next is your in-game depth of field effect. This is on by default, and I would recommend turning it off. What this does is blurs everything around whatever you're looking at, which, yes, that can help you focus on exactly what you're aiming at, but it's going to blur everything else, and that information is pretty important. As you can see on your screen, the camera is focusing on the tree, but you can't see anything else. Now, if we turn this setting off, we can see everything else a lot clearer, which is going to be pretty important. What if an enemy is in our cone of vision, but we can't see it because it's completely blurred out? We don't want that to happen, so I would recommend turning this off. Next one is extremely important, and it's motion blur strength. Turn this all the way down unless you're trying to make your game extremely cinematic. Motion blur strength. Recommend turning this off. Next one is extremely important, and it's motion blur strength. Turn this all the way down unless you're trying to make your game extremely cinematic. If you don't care about feeling like you're going really fast in a car, then just turn this off. If you don't know what motion blur is, whenever you're moving, everything on the outside of your screen is going to become blurry. Developers turn this on by default to make it seem like you're moving a lot faster than you are and to make it feel like you're actually moving fast. But just like the depth of field effect, it's gonna make a lot of other things on your screen blurry, and that's not a good thing if you're trying to play well. If you're running or if you're in a race, you really want to be able to see the people and cars around you as clear as possible. Not only that, but motion blur can actually give a lot of people headaches. So not only in GTA, but in almost every single game I play, I turn motion blur off straight away. Now, for my viewers in the United States, you probably don't need to know this, but for people who actually know this, and you've got three options. Run, but it'll probably preserve that button's lifespan, not gonna lie. The third person look dead zone setting is very important as well, and triggers, in my opinion, are so annoying, especially when I'm driving. If you don't know what the adaptive
Has anyone played Mountain Blade? You know, that medieval RPG warlord simulator? And I don't mean the newer one, Banner Lord, that one actually got pretty popular, but the older one, Mountain Blade Warband, from like 15 years ago.
Mountain Blade.
Well, I know I have, for 1700 hours in fact, because in that game you could create your very own character, choose your backstory and set up some basic skills, and then immediately get thrown into this ruthless medieval world without much explanation, goals, or even reasons to exist. You start as a nobody, and slowly build yourself up to become whatever you want. And that was the appeal. You want to do trading? Okay. Be the head of a mercenary company and wage proxy wars for money. Hell, you could even become a king, claim some lands for yourself, have lords under your command and do king stuff. My point is, the world did not care about you. You were not the super duper special chosen one. You really had to put in some work to become better than every other non-playable character in the game. Even during battles, the NPCs were always governed by the same rules as you. The same stats, equipment values and whatnot. There was no disconnect between the player and the NPCs, and all of it was sauced up with a simulated reactive world for you to oyster or something. And because of that, Mount and Blade titles, especially Warband, molded a certain standard in my brain. I enjoy when a game does not hold my hand like I'm a little baby, and just lets me enjoy the simulated world however I want. And 15 years later, I discovered a game that lets you do exactly that and more. A game that doesn't just avoid holding your hand, it actively tries to chop it off and eat it, and I freaking love it for that. Kenshi is such a wide concept of a game that I have no idea where to even start, so I guess we can do the evergreen timeless classic of script writing. Kenshi is a free-roaming squad-based RPG, or at least that's what it says on the Steam page. And while that does more or less describe the game, I would add some other things to that list, because apart from the obvious, the game blends in ideas from many different genres, creating something that I haven't really seen before in my 20 or so years of gaming. Kenshi is definitely a survival game, a persistent world simulation, a pretty robust base builder, it has some management elements and automation as well, and most importantly, it's a storage generator. See, when storage generators are mentioned, usually the first suspects that come to mind are Rimworld, Dwarf Fortress, and maybe Project Zomboid.
Case of code.
You know, those games where stuff happens, you get attached to the characters and they die or maybe succeed at things sometimes, and you get a very dynamic yet memorable story that is very personal to you. And Kenshi does that too. At the start of the game, we have to make our character. We give him a pretty face, a memorable name, and we get thrown into the deep end immediately. Where are we? Why are we? What do we do? See, that's the beauty of Kenshi. We can do whatever, however and whenever we want. And while in most games this is not necessarily a good thing, I mean, it's objectively very daunting and rather confusing when a game just cuts you loose in the first minute with almost no explanation, it works perfectly in Kenshi. Because we're now creating a story. And it's only up to us what story it will be. A story of wanderers exploring abandoned ruins of forgotten civilizations. Or maybe a story of slaves dropping the chains and creating their own community. A story of a settlement that perished during a night raid, or maybe a story of a lone martial arts master that survived being abducted by cannibals. And whatever we do from now on is more or less correct and leads to creating a story and progression in one way or another. Unless we decide to get eaten alive by wild animals or the fogmen, then we die. But still, we can choose to go out from the starting city and start mining and selling raw ore. Or maybe we can go around selling goods from one city to another until we make big bucks. Because progression in Kenshi is very non-linear. Doing anything in this rough world makes us stronger, and while sure we start the game extremely weak, making us the #1 bitch of the region, sooner or later we can and will bounce back. Because each time we get beaten up, we get tougher. Every time we carry a dying teammate on our backs, we get stronger. And every time we use any type of weapon, we learn how to use that weapon better and better. Or we can just cheese the game by sneaking around a bajillion spiders and power leveling stealth in mere minutes. Think Elder Scrolls leveling system, but with a bit more grit to it. My point is, our characters always grow in Kenshi, and whether we lose, win or just exists, we slowly get stronger and the game gets easier. There's no wrong way to play, and anything from a petty thief to a farming landowner can and often is fun to play and progress. And yes, if we dedicate ourselves and put some time into pure training, cheesing and fighting strong enemies, we can potentially create a one-man army that can single-handedly take whole cities just by one-punching everyone to death. Yeah. And what really sells that fantasy is Kenshi's combat. Every character has separate health bars for their head, chest, stomach, arms and legs. Take too much damage to a limb and you'll start limping, collapse or even lose it entirely. And if that happens, well, you better hope you can afford a robotic replacement. It's not always just you lost some HP. Injuries affect how you move, fight and diminish your chances of survival pretty substantially sometimes. And yes, this game features permadeath, so if one of your squad mates bleeds out, well, they are gone. But it's very rimworldy in that way. Sure, you can potentially lose an experienced cook or an amazing katana warrior, but there's always another cheap recruit, another experienced fighter, or another important non-randomly